afternoon, evening. Hope everyone is doing well. Fog 0. There we go. Just in that weird spot where fog is just kind of annoying. Alright, so it's been almost a week since I've streamed, and I decided I really wanted to finish this up. So I did some work on finally encasing the aluminum factory. So I think this factory is more or less pretty much done. So I decided I'm just going to leave this open. I have a love-hate thing with windows. So I think in places I'm just not going to use windows and leave it open like this, just because I don't know. When you're up close, you can obviously see through them, but the reflection is always just kind of weird. So I think I'm going to try to set the neighboring factory up in a almost identical way, just because they're right next to each other. So I kind of want to keep the vibe the same. Yo, what's up, Andy? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. So let me pull up my spreadsheet because I don't remember. How many of these foundries do I actually need? 34 in total. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So let's see. Inventory's pretty much full. Where did I save this? Oh, right here. So I need, what, like 20? Needed 34. So 26 more? Alright, so I'm short a few iron plates. That's alright. Alright, so I do kind of want to see just how much I can fit on this floor. It's kind of bummer that it ended up like that instead of just being a single foundation. I mean, I guess I could just nudge it over, but I'm not sure how well that's gonna work. That doesn't look bad though, so maybe. Okay, so I think I should probably give it one foundation space, I think. Alright, so that's gonna be, wait. Oh yeah, it fits within the two, so we'll give it one space, and then we'll go the next row. Is that it? I think that's right. So that would be 8. So yeah, this needs to go all the way out to there, because that one's gonna be like a half one, I think. Whew. Okay. So I think the way I need to do this is place one there, and then like this, and then just to make it easy on myself, we'll just run this all the way down. And do I have this on a hotbar? Is it this? It is. Okay. So let's remove all that junk. Alright, so now the question is, how centered did we get all of this? And the answer is not very. I'm actually kind of curious, why didn't I center it? I think I did this when I was really tired. So I think that's where I want it to be. Okay, so let's fix this. Since I know my inventory is full, I don't want to delete too much stuff. Alright, so this. Alright, so I do want it lined up with that one. Let's make sure. Okay, so it's definitely lined up there. And then pretty sure That is much more centered. Yeah. All right. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to have it right there. So delete these. All right. So just because my inventory is full and I don't want to create a giant mess with boxes, I'm going to do this row and then go back and fix that first one. So if I lock it in place, I can nudge it all the way over. Yeah, cool. All right, so and we'll just rinse and repeat. If I added beams, I could have made this so I didn't have to nudge it at all. But then I'd probably want to go back and delete all the beams. So I will just click a few more mouse buttons, but having all the right lifts and the power connected underneath the floor just saves so much time. This is worth it. Okay, so now that I've freed up all that same inventory space, I can delete this whole row without worrying about creating a million boxes. Let's get all these to line up the same. Ooh. If you're facing just slightly a different way. Why did line go away? Oh no. Okay, that is lined up, right? Yeah, totally. Alright, let's make sure. Yep, okay. All right, so there's 16 out of the 34. All right, so let's turn blueprint mode off. Let's lock it, and I think I actually guessed right. All right, so let's get these ones down. All right, so there's that lined up, and yep. That looks lined up. Not sure what that is. I'm actually just kind of curious. What in the world is it lining up with? Huh. I have like no clue what that's in line with. Is that like the... I have no idea. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Alright, so now that I have those in place, I can come down here and hopefully not delete. Wrong foundations. Not like, well, yeah, just like that. Not like it would be a big deal, but. Alright, so let's patch our holes. Definitely went the long way for all that. Alright, so let's get these last ones in place. Ooh, don't lock it there. Gotta turn blueprint mode back on. There we go. And let's remove all that. Oh yeah, I knew I was short iron plates. Duh. Silly me. Alright, so that's not going to be enough for this whole thing. Alright, I don't have one running. Good. I totally left the modular frames running and just like completely filled up. Where are they? Yeah, like this whole container and that one, and it was all backed up, and I was like, oh, that was really dumb. But thankfully it's modular frames and not like the turbo motors or something that I make much fewer of a minute. So when those all get sunk, it's really not a big deal. Tempted to let this one run, but I'm worried that I'm going to do the exact same thing, so I'm just going to let it do. I'm just going to have it do it once. Thankfully, they're coming from right there, so it really doesn't take long to get more. I could just fly over there, but why would I do that? Got an army of drones at my disposal. I think that's one too many. Let's see. Okay, so let's make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so that's 16, 24, 32. Oh, wait, what did I need? I only needed 34. Ooh, so now the question is, do I want them closer to the middle, or do I want them on this end, or do I want them centered? I think I'd probably want them at this end. Do I? So what else is going to go up here? So the next step would be, oh wow, basically probably filling up the rest of the area with constructors. I need 67 constructors. Okay. Well, then yeah, let's have them. All right, so just gonna do it. Oh wait, let's delete the whole blueprint. Just because I don't feel like having to delete everything. Or not everything, the foundations. Alright, so that one goes there, and then this one goes here. And now these three are the extras. Alright, so there is my 34, and I think everything's all set. Cool. So there are all of the foundries. Yeah, it's like I'm just gonna have to leave that space empty, I think. So it would be just too weird to have the walkway go there, and then if I run out of space, I guess that's my contingency plan. Yeah. Actually, wait. That might be too far. How much space did I give all this? I think, did I give it a full? I did give it a full foundation, even though I didn't do that with these ones. Man. Oh, but I centered it with the machine. But then, you know what? We're just going to give it the full. Oh, that's right. Kind of forgot that would happen. But thankfully, it's only off by a half a foundation. So if I just squeeze one of these in, just one half of it is going to look weird. And that's better than it's clipping, though. All right. And then with these ones, I will give it that extra little bit of space. Grab our half foundation. Cool. All right. So, yeah, that's definitely enough space for all the constructors. Ooh, actually, if I can squeeze in those, I need 5 assemblers that will do iron plates, but they're using the steel ingots, so that just makes the most sense to be able to do down here as well. Because this is definitely going to need more than one floor. So well, if that's the case, I might be able to put the assemblers in this spot, and then maybe I just extend this even farther. Actually. Steel coated plates is actually a recipe I've used before, right? So I might actually have... How did I do this? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I could, so let's see. How much bigger is it? Like one foundation, essentially. Yeah, that is probably just how I'll have it. And then same thing. Yeah, 2 foundations. Okay, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that gives a gap. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, cool. So if that's the case, then I'd probably actually, yeah. So this is probably still the same. Same spot. Maybe it goes out 1 foundation further. Oh, did I? Grab the wrong concrete foundation. All right. Let's work on these blueprints. So let's just clear that. And let's just grab the same one. It's the steel coated plate. Yep. All right. So let's just edit this one. Okay, so one of the things that we're going to want to do is grab some temporary foundations here. And because we're not going with this style for these factories, I'm just going to remove all this, delete that. All right, so let's make sure. So, all right, yep, Mark 2, and yep, Mark 1 for both of those. Cool. So the last thing we need to do is grab the power and find a good spot to do that. Oh, that's right. Assemblers are actually, we can find a spot for this, right? Yeah, like no matter how you do it, you're like the wire is gonna be kind of showing through. I'd really like it to not show there. It's just not the easiest wire to hide, but I think there's the best. Obviously, when it's not bright blue like the hologram, it's actually much harder to see. So I think that's good enough for me. Yeah. All right, so we've got the recipe, the power, the lifts, steel coated plate, overclocked. Okay. So let's do. Oh, that's right. It does it just start? Yeah, it just starts deleting the very end. That's really funny. Kind of annoying though. I don't know why it just like zips to the end each time. Yes. New directory. Heavy modular frames. Just save. Alright. So that one we needed 5 of. And then the other one that I need to work on is, I'm sure. Let's just clear it. Let's grab all of our stuff so it doesn't just disappear. I think that's an issue. Okay, so constructors, and I need to make steel pipes, which there's definitely only one recipe for. So let's delete this stuff. And then that's right, constructors are probably like my least favorite. Just for the power part of this. Like, I'm tempted to keep that, but at the same time, I'm like, no, that's not really the look I'm going for here. Okay, so let's get rid of you, and it's probably not going to be there. Okay, so I don't really think there's a way to clip it through the machine and it not look just like, yeah, like there's no way the way this is laid out. So I think I'm just gonna have to go just straight down. But that is still not my favorite, so I'm not sure. I feel like we can hide it some way like this. I don't know if the... Alright, let's try to play with some stuff. Okay, so if we make these black, it's not so bad, but I don't like the tops just being like that. And I don't really know if like, just doing that, I don't know. I guess it looks okay, but also a little bit weird. What if we changed it to the metal beams? I think that fits a little bit better. It's still just like super pointless. Like nothing else has any like additional stuff. And I don't know, that seemed like that's definitely like, it's just too much. Oh, could it? What if it ended one shorter? I was hoping like maybe it would look like it was like, just supporting the very top part, but like ends just a touch lower now. Well, I think I like that better than them sticking up above that part. It's still weird, like just totally pointless beams. Do I need them on the floor bits too? I think it looks better than just the straight beam. You know what? Let's try it. I don't think it looks too out of place. Let's try not to make it look ridiculous. Is really the thing I'm trying to avoid. Not add too much. Okay, so let's go back to that random blueprint. And let's just go ahead and yeah, we can just start repurposing a whole bunch of these, I think. The assembler and the constructor. Just so I know to this one. Okay, so because either I line it up with the machine, which feels like that makes the most sense, and it just eats into this one path and a little bit into like that. Yeah, I think that's the best. Or else then it's just gonna get weird if I could line up that whole back part, I guess. And extend this one more, maybe. Well, let's. A little bit of that depends on how these all get laid out. So I guess let's start with this. Oof, where do you even start? Okay, so I need I need 67 of these. So let's 67. Okay. Well, let's see if I can make this at all easier on myself in some way. And let's take a look at the numbers here. And for that, okay, so they're gonna take in 75. I'll put 50. Okay. So I think that's right. I think a lot of these numbers work out well. Okay, so 150 are on one belt there. So I've got options here. I could fit 10 total, but that would be this and then, you know, 2 more. And I mean, I can get that belt work to all work downstairs. Just be a little bit messy. I could keep them in nice even. So if this is going to output 150 and these each take 75. So for every 2 or for every 1, it's 2 of these. So if I put these in. So if I group these in rows of 8, then I can group those in rows of 16. I guess let's see how that looks. Yo, Tesla, how you doing? Well, I decided to finally encase the aluminum factory. So I worked on that. And so it's finally pretty much done. I'm sure I probably forgot something or another, but I decided not to put windows on that top floor just because I like the windows, but I also hate them at the same time with how reflective and like kind of weird they look at a distance. So I decided I'm just gonna leave it open. And then I just kind of gave it this weird kind of look where I just cut out the foundation and replace it with frame floors, so that the refinery holes, refinery smokestacks could vent out. So I thought that was neat. And then I spent entirely too much time in messing with my pipes, but I have finally gotten all of my power plants running at 100% efficiency, and I just love seeing that rock solid 152.2 gigawatts, whatever it is. It took way too long to figure out all the little tiny issues to make everything run like super consistently. I don't know if it's worth the amount of time I spent, but it does make me happy. How's your factory coming along, Tessa? So I've got to imagine I'm not going to be able to fit like anything else besides all these constructors in here. Okay, so let's give it one space. Pretty sure it only takes two. So let's place our temporary. All right, so yeah, we'll have it facing that way. Let's see if we. That looks pretty centered. Pretty centered. All right. All right. So I guess what I really should have done is I can figure out how much space I have here. 32. Holy shit. That's exactly the right amount of space. How did I get so lucky? Oh, man. That's awesome. Train is completed, bringing items from plant 2 to plant 3. That was a time-consuming endeavor, but it was worth it. Working on getting battery production going. Very nice. That's awesome. Is it a super long train? Is that why it was an endeavor, or did you have any issues with the trains? Oh, I guess I need to do. All right, so that's gonna be a row. That's gonna be a row. 1, 2, 3. Oh boy. Yep. So that's gonna be a row. And then this is the tiny extra. Oh man, this thing is gonna have a lot of constructors on this floor. All right, so let's just do that. Cool. So, yep, this orientation. All right, that's centered. That's centered. Cool. So, yep. Yep. Awesome. All right, so let's get rid of these. All right, so let's just patch our holes. And then we can spam down a whole bunch of constructors. Yeah. It's probably more spacing than it needs, but... Oh, okay, so how did that look? I don't hate it. I added these silly little beams just because I'm running the power straight down, and I didn't like the way this looked. Just the straight wire going straight into the ground. So I just added... Oh, can I clip it from that? Okay, that's super weird. So does, even though you can't tell the like orientation between one direction or another, does that dictate which direction the beam goes? It does. Holy cow. I learn something new every day. Huh. I don't know. How do you tell the difference in which way this is oriented, though? There's like no way to tell. They're exactly the same on all the sides. Well, interesting. I'm pulling 12 freight cars, and the issue was making sure they were all connected, which is a pain for some reason, and a few other things. Yeah, I've noticed that when they do kind of like they place really weird with the freight cars, and yeah, if you don't, I feel like you just have to build them all at the same time. Oh, no way, I can't nudge it far enough. Oh man, no way. Okay, well, just because I don't want to have to delete all the foundations and manually place them like that, we are going to... It was so much easier with the foundries because they have less space in between them. So we're just going to do the temporary beam trick. And I'm definitely going to delete this. So we're going to put it in a super easy spot to just run down the line and delete. But this right here will force it to be 2 foundations wide. So we're just going to save that. Okay, so let's try to be as lazy as possible here. And by that, let's make sure. Yeah, that spacing works. Okay, cool. Okay, so if I get the second one in each row, of course I'm out of cable. But now I should be able to replace the first one in the correct spot. Yep, cool. Okay. So let's grab ourselves some materials here. Alright, do I have cable? I do. And steel. Oh yeah, I left that one running for a while. So with 12 freight cars, are you using, what is that? It's got to be at least like 3 locomotives? I can't remember. I think there was something about like a rule of thumb of, I think for every 4 freight cars you need a locomotive to keep it up at like top speed, I think. Yes, at each end. Oof. Yeah, you must have just a gigantic train station. Oh, that's awesome. They're so surprisingly big when you set them up, but then once you see them running, you're like, oh, it looks cool. Like, I love seeing big old trains chug along, carrying all their stuff. Alright, let's get these all fixed. Oh yeah, I forgot I deleted and replaced that. That's funny. It's no longer part of the blueprint. Okay, so since there's only 2 there, I don't actually think I need a 4th one. I don't know. I'll look at those numbers afterwards. Alright, so let's make sure. Uh-oh. Where did that last one go? You. Ah. I knew it. It's always funny when you're like spamming down a whole bunch of power generators and then all of a sudden like later you go to place your like pillars or something and then you just have like a random power generator like underneath the entire factory, like halfway sticking out through the foundations. You're like, how did you get here? That's where those materials went. Or you place it right on top. I've done that a few times. Get some sweet floating constructors. The blueprints let you place things in all sorts of the wrong places. That's kind of funny. Oh, I did it again. Oh, that's right. I think I have some stashed somewhere, but since I'm just spawning them in anyways. Oh, I thought I grabbed all the reinforced iron plate I needed. Whoops. All right. Yeah. I think we'll just have this come out one further. I think that'll look better. And give me that extra little space with the assembler that I need to place now. Okay, so the assemblers, I want them right here, but I'm not quite sure how big they are. Alright, so line it up with that one, and then ooh, okay, so do I want to keep the spacing for the row the same, or do I want to keep it lined up with the machine? I think I'll keep the spacing the same. So that would mean this back one would line up like right here, which should be right there. Or actually, wait a second. It's so hard to tell. Actually, yeah. Yeah. Oh, auto saves. Starting to get longer. Okay, so I think, let's see, the back of the machine and like the lift ends like right on the half of the foundation, which, oh, okay, well the floor lift goes there, which is, I guess, what I'm really lining it up towards. So I think, I'm pretty sure that's it lined up. Be easier once I place the rest of these. All right, so let's scoot you over. So I need 3 more? How many of these assemblers do I need? More than that many. Yeah, 5. So, yeah, 2 more. Okay, just the plates. Easy enough. Okay, so let's get you lined up. Let's see. So, yeah, got that lined up. Yeah, I think that looks better. All right, so let's delete our temporary foundations and get this back. Perfect. I was gonna separate these, but now I don't know. So that puts the spacing like just super tight. Oh, and I picked the wrong thing anyways. So if I wanted the spacing to be right, I would need to move this. I would need to move this like 2 foundations, I think. Because I would want to give, this would be an empty space, and then this would be the foundation, and then this would be the empty space. And then they'd be way back here, so they wouldn't be lined up with anything. But I could have them be their own like separate little section. Like, part of me does want to do that just because I've kind of already separated all of the recipes and I kind of like it like that. It would still give me, would that give me enough space? See, because then I'd have to put this here, which is it? I didn't realize those were like right on the foundation line. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it. Alright, so let's delete all of these beams. They were just there to make it easy for me to place everything. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, was there anything else that would really fit down here? No, not really. So I think the next step would be... Actually, let me mark that off of my spreadsheet here. Okay, so I got the foundries placed, those constructors, those assemblers. So the next thing would be making the reinforced iron plates, but I need 15 assemblers, so there's no way to fit that down here. And then 25 assemblers to make the encased industrial pipes. Yeah, that's not gonna... Wait a second. Oh no. Now that I'm looking at my... Oh no, I did. Okay. I was really worried here for a second. I was like, did I completely forget one of the recipes? Oh no, I'm so screwed. I thought for a second I didn't have my modular frames in here, and then that would have just screwed up all the numbers. I would have had to go get more iron, more coal. Whew. Crisis averted. Just way more assemblers to place upstairs. So I'm gonna need, oh boy, 50, 60 something assemblers on the next floor, and 11 manufacturers. Oh, and then those. I need 11 blenders? Oh my god. Well, this may end up being 3 floors. Holy cow. This is going to be a gigantic factory. Well. Get excited. Okay. Is that painted or did I delete it? Alright. Oh, I haven't placed any of the floor holes. Yeah, those blenders are huge. You are correct. But I think... I'm totally going to regret actually saying this because then I can't go back on it. I think what I'm going to try to do is get the pipe work, or not pipe, well, yeah, pipe and belt work done for the floor before I move on to the next one, just to avoid the headache I created for myself in the other factory. Although I've given myself so much more space to work with, that shouldn't be an issue. But I think I might want to try to start plugging this up before I lay down all the machines for the next floor. Really wish I could include this stuff. Let's see. Oh no, I didn't even set recipes. Man, what are these even doing? Pure iron ingot. That's right. Oh, time to go through all the rest of those power shards. Okay, so right. Yep, I have 21 of them. So one of them needs to be underclocked. Well, probably not as overclocked. All right, so that means we have the solid. What does it think I'm? Why can't I use a? You know, I heard somebody talk about this the other day, and I hadn't really seen it myself, but the hotbar just all of a sudden just doesn't work. Can I switch hotbars? No. Nope, still doesn't work. Okay, well. It's always a little bit of a weird one. Oh, wait, no, this is the bug that I have seen. It's just been so long. But I think last time I had it, I was too stubborn to restart the game. I probably just needs to reload the save. Probably don't even restart the entire game. But even still, didn't feel like it. And eventually, it just started working again. So I'm going to cross my fingers that it'll just start working. Yo, how you doing, Jester? I hope you're doing well. All right, so then the other piece would be, oh yeah, the piece that I would really like to just avoid. I don't really want to use the floor holes just because they give me issues. Got a day off. Too bad you've been sick. Oh man, that sucks. Well, I hope it's nothing serious and you get over it soon. It's obviously nice to not have to go to work when you're sick, but at the same time, it really sucks having to be sick on your day off. It's never fun. Whoa, everybody. Is it just like a flu or a cold or who knows? Seasonal bug of some sort. Oh, these are water pipes. Let's change the default color so we don't have to repaint them all. Everyone tested negative for COVID, so no idea. Wow, that's crazy. Well, good luck. I hope it's one of those that you just kind of burn through real quick. Yeah, that's the right spot. I think there's a good chance I just don't actually use them. I'm just gonna avoid it. We'll see. Everyone has either a mild cough or shitty cough or runny nose. I got a cough and earache. Man, earaches are man, I don't normally get those if I get sick, but I have gotten it before, and it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like frustratingly annoying, I think. Like, it just, like, there's obviously worse pains, but it's just super annoying. Okay, so these all need 87. So that would be, does it work now? See, and now my hotbar works. Hooray. Okay, so we need Mark 2 for all of these. Man, I don't know what I would do if the lift floor holes were as broken as the pipe floor holes. That would just suck. So oddly, because of the cough, I've been the go-to guy for the fresh air SCBA work, because that's some good air we get to put under. I don't know what SCBA is. I was trying to figure it out. Cool, SCBA air bottle like a fire. Oh, okay, gotcha. Very cool. So we're putting out 162. So Mark 3 for these ones. Oh, wait for this autosave. been learning how to use pathing and blocking signs in Satisfactory. Bane of my existence right now. Yeah. I know that pain. I think my different iterations of trains have, they have seen some drastic changes, that's for sure. I think some of the biggest lessons I've learned with trains is everything takes, at minimum, twice as much space as you need, possibly 3 times as much space if like you need trains to actually like maneuver around anywhere. Like it is hard to like maneuver them. Like going in straight lines, fantastic. You need it to like loop around anywhere, it takes a ton of space. And then when you start including signals and needing to include enough space in between for however long your trains are, and there is a reason why I loaded up my save and satisfactory calculator to get rid of all the the crates that were in my world. And every single one of my trains is a push-pull system, so it's the only train on that train line. So I think I have over 27 kilometers of train tracks, and I have 0 path or signals, path or block signals in my world. And that is definitely by design. Made a 6-station area, so because items got to go to different places, they all kind of go in and out. Ooh, so you have like an actual like little logistics hub where things get dropped off and then picked up. And I mean, I bet you it's really cool when it's all working. Just everything's just moving and grooving. Okay, so now there's a million freaking floor holes. And why are some of them not lined up? How did some of you get so off-centered? How did I do that? Like an entire... like this entire thing. This entire row is just like off by a meter? Really? How did I do that? Oh, man. Well, that is unfortunate. But with the power of blueprints, it's not the end of the world. Glad I caught that now, though. Do I have the... I do. Okay. Don't want to create a million crates. Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. Deleted the wrong thing. Yep. Got it working just doing dry runs in circles, but it's working. It's just copper ingot export. Okay, very nice. I mean, still, it's okay, so now time to start replacing all these. Okay, so now these should all be lined up correct. Let's make sure though. Is it? Yeah, it is. Cool. You got a Discord I can send you a screenshot? I do. I just honestly, I don't really use it very much. I'll be honest. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do. If I remember. All right. So I think we got it all lined up. Okay, cool. So now the question is, does running the cable through it all make? I think probably adding the power probably makes the most sense. It's easier before you add all the bolts and lifts to the ceiling, I think. Oh, I got lucky. Actually place this in a spot where it's not going to clip through everything this time. That's nice. I wonder if I'll be able to fit all the rest of the machines on the next floor. I'm going to guess no. And that it's going to take a third floor. Oh, it's still not in the right spot. There we go. And let's get... Wait, why? Oh, these are the assemblers. That's why. I was like, why is it off by one? And it's not a foundry. That would be why. Okay, so... Because I'm a sucker for straight lines. And I think it would clip through one of the lifts if I didn't do that. Oh yeah. So let's see, which side is the... Alright, so it's there. So I think deleting this one. There we go. And let's delete. Alright, so I'm just gonna delete that spot on the same. Same row on all three of these, so I can easily do all the power at once and then patch my holes. Alright. So, I think if we put this there... Oh no, that's not the one I wanted. So it's the opposite side. There we go. That's where we wanted to clip it through. I should actually hook these up as I go. I do know I have more wire, thankfully. Am I running out of cable? Almost. Let's just get some more. Alright, what else am I kind of running low on? Do I have plenty of rods? Pretty positive I'll need more. So let's just do that. Yeah, let's just get another shipment of plates. And but yeah, I still want to add a roadway along all my train system to every factory as well. I don't know why, but I think I'm gonna. I think that's a great idea. I've been thinking of doing something kind of similar because, yeah, especially the way my whole world is set up, since I don't have a train system that runs across the whole world. There's not really like a way to like get from factory to factory very easily at all. I mean, obviously it's not a big deal, especially when I just turn fly on, but I think it would be really cool to do something like that. I don't know what I wanted. Like, part of me wants to make like a really dumb hypertube network that goes from like each one, and then like, I don't know, maybe you go to a central point, but even that, like, well, that seems kind of silly. But yeah, like a gigantic road, or maybe my own personal train network that would take me around to all the different spots. I'm not sure, but add to the platforms. The curves will suck. Yeah. You do have hypertubes? Oh, very cool. Did you do you kind of like built it in, I'm gonna guess, to I don't know, like your pillars or your supports for your trains? Under the two-way train path. Very cool. I think those are really handy. The only tricky part I've run into is doing those is like, you definitely have to like pay attention to where you're placing the hypertube in the whole setup, or else like your view is just like really awful as you're flying through it, and it's just like, either it's gonna give you like some sort of epileptic seizure, or you just like can't see anything. Or like, I made a tunnel for one of my trains, and if you're in the train, one part of it just looks really, really bad because I made the tunnel just like way too tight. Like, the train fits, but because you go into that like weird third person kind of view, it just looks really bad when you go through one section of it. The other section's tall enough and you fit inside the little tunnel, but the other half, it looks really bad. Okay, that's right. That's what I was doing. So power. Alright, so we can just hook these up together. Wait. I patched it, but I didn't actually do this very last one, did I? Dang it. Nope. That's alright. It would be nice if I could fit the 4-meter foundation in the blueprint. But you'd need even more than that, because you'd have to get under it to be able to place this. So the blueprint thing would have to be just so much bigger to be able to fit what I want to fit in there for the refinery. And they wouldn't make it just taller. I don't see them doing that. That would be kind of weird. So it would have to be like a 6x6, I think. And yeah, I kind of don't see them doing that. Oh, I forgot to do the rest of this one too. I got so distracted when I ran out of wire. Ooh, autosave. All right. Okay, so now, well, these are all hooked up together. They definitely don't have power yet. And, oh boy. Okay, so these are just going to have to go in rows, going this way with the power. That's fine. Because I set it right next to that lift, so I don't want to clip it straight through there. If I can avoid it. Even though this is a logistics floor and no one's going to see it, I still hate clipping the wires through the lifts. Alright, so now, how do I want to do that? Actually, you know what? Let's go this way with the... I'm going to connect all the rows. Actually, I don't need to add a ton more. Let's just do it on this line. Just get them all connected. Oh. I missed an entire row. Whoops. Yeah, that's the stuff I do every time setting up a factory. Like, oh, I missed an entire section. How did I do that? Cool. Okay, so now that's all hooked up together. And if we... Oh, well... Are these going to line up at all? Oh, it's on like the other side. Dang it. Hooray. I knew one of these would line up. No, they don't. Dang it. Fine. Let's just put you there. Really wish I could insert it on the line like it used to be able to do. Actually, I think that still works with electrical poles. Like, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it works with the normal light poles where you can just snap it onto the existing line, but I can't do that with. Yeah. It doesn't work with the wall outlets anymore, which is a bummer. I really like being able to do that. Alright, so let's you go there. So now all those are hooked up together. And then we just need to add in all these. And then just do it like that. Okay, so now all these machines should all be on the same grid. Now, I usually do my power and lights by the train station just because I usually kind of consider that the main entrance. I guess putting it here in this corner. Actually, why don't I put it right next to... I should just put it like right here, because this is where I should do... How did I do it for this one? I know I have stairs on the outside. Oh yeah, they just kind of go out and around. So if I were gonna do the same thing, then I would put a I don't know which kind of wall. We'll just put this one. Probably want it to be on the inside, right? Yeah. Alright, so if that's the door that'll have the stairs that'll go around, then... And this is gonna be... a wall or a window, I don't know. Oh, that's what I did with that one, is I put another one here for the maintenance. That's right. Really doesn't matter. I'm just trying to think what would look good. It's like part of me wants to put it in the corner, but then I know I'm going to cover the corner. It's not going to be a window. Okay, which side is which here? Where am I bringing in the power? Now that is a good question. How did I bring power in for this thing? Probably not in a way that I should have. I think that's one thing that I really wish I did differently or better was I wish they were all connected to the power towers instead of like daisy chain through train stations, which is I think how a lot of these are set up, which is I don't think ideal, just because I'm not positive exactly how the power works with the priority switches and them being in a weird order connected to each other. But I think it would be a gigantic pain in the ass to try to switch. But let me see, where do I have power coming in over here? Oh yeah, just like right here in the center. Yeah, I should just do the same thing, I think. So where's power coming from? I labeled it, which is nice. Okay. So main line. Yeah, it came from a train station. Okay. Which I wonder. Would I have connected it to? I guess it must be connected to the home one then. Oh, yeah, it's got to be. Well, the other option would be to run power up here, and I could just swap the power, actually. But do I want to do that is the question. So the only thing I'm worried about is, let me see. Well, actually, I wouldn't. And this is the thing I just keep doing to myself. That's because this has to have a higher priority than this anyways, just because, I mean, heavy modular frames would run, but, well, actually, no, because I need the concrete from this factory to even run. So it really does, it has to be. So I guess if I have this behind this one, it really doesn't matter if I'm running the power through there. Probably makes no sense, but I think it'll be fine. Trying to connect my sulfuric acid fluid pipe into the other end of the pipe going into blender, and it says I cannot have two different fluids in one pipe. I'm confused now. Oh, so you may have just like briefly connected that pipe with like the nitric or something like that, and like a tiny bit of that fluid got in the pipe. So you can select the pipe that's giving you issues, or one of the two pipes that's giving you issues, and if you flush, you may be able to just flush that one single pipe and it'll get whatever remnants of the wrong liquid are out of the way. And yeah, that's the only thing I could really think of. I'm also trying to think which. Oh, you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're doing the. Oh, I don't have the stuff for it. Oh, wait. Did I? Oh no, I didn't let him run. It's just that I filled up this entire thing with stupid modular frames because I'm an idiot. Alright, now this can finally clear out. I'm so dumb. Had to flush the circuit. Yeah, I've done it before. It's weird, but I guess, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, it would break the game if you ended up with different fluids in the same pipe, and man, it's a nightmare when you end up with two different things when you don't intend to them being on the same belt. Pipes, whew. That does seem kind of like a nightmare. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. So I was just thinking, actually, I don't think I've ever used the default battery recipe. And do you just get, oh, yeah, that's the huge reason why I try to avoid. So I'm guessing that was it. Okay, good. So I'm guessing that this is what you need the sulfuric acid for. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors in trying to make this work, because, whew, boy, this just looks like a nightmare to me. I'll be completely honest. It just does not look fun. A lot because you have to deal with the recycled water, which is always a nightmare. But actually, I was watching another streamer and it inspired me, because I tried to find a video for her to be able to like easily do. Did it? I just like. Wait, what? What got stuck here? Why is this? Wait, iron rods are set. Wait, why aren't some of them made it in there? Why aren't the rest going in there though? Wait, what did? There's empty space. Iron rods. What am I doing wrong here? I don't. Like, this was working. Why are you no longer sorting, programmable splitter? Because that's the only thing I can think of. You've got rods here, none there. You've got some there. Overflow, but it shouldn't be overflowing. Okay. Wait, okay, so I need to... Oh, can we... Alright, let's copy it. I've never had one like usually if it's broken from the get-go. And like you don't... Like, it doesn't normally just stop working. Okay, so if we paste modular frames, iron rod, that all looks right. So let's see. Okay, so they're feeding into there now. And if I hook up the last piece, okay. Huh. Oh, you did end up with some still. Programmable splitters are a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, see, like, that shouldn't have filled up really any at all. Like, they should have no problem sorting it into there. This is weird. Well, it's a good thing I don't, like, really rely on programmable splitters inside my factories. It's just for my mobile storage unit. Is like the only thing I really use them for. So we're just going to live with it being weird. Oh yeah, but I lost my train of thought there. So I was watching another streamer and she was having issues like everybody does with recycling the water with aluminum. And so like I'm pretty sure the method I use, I know I absolutely stole it from somebody. So I tried to find the same like video so I could show her, because laying out your pipes in the right way just makes like a gigantic difference. And I couldn't find it. So it inspired me just to make a simple tips and tricks video for recycling water. And that sort of a thing. So once I'm just about finished with it. I think I just need to go through one last time and make sure I haven't left out anything or egregiously misspelt random things, I'll let you guys know. Okay, so I think I got all that done and hooked up. That's right, I was gonna do the power. So I mean, I might as well just run it along the bottom of one of these things. Actually, I think that would be a cool view for it. Let's... What if I did the same sort of thing? Alright, so I know... Let me see. How did I do this over here? Oh, that's right. I used the whole... I was using foundations as essentially the wall. So you know what? Let's get the base floor down here. How did I? Oh. Yeah, I'll probably like recess. There we go. The door like halfway into the foundation, like I do with the windows. Give it a little depth. All right, so I think I gave it that much space, and then I'm gonna use pillars to create the actual, I don't know, entrance for the train. Is this really not going to need any more trains? I guess I should figure that. Okay, so I need... So all the like things I need to import, let's make sure I have it all. So the iron ore, that's coming on that train, which is also bringing in the water. The coal is being brought in from all over, and I'm pretty sure I've tapped all of... Yeah, I think this impure is the only one I didn't need. Okay, so I've got the coal. I need the nitrogen gas eventually, which is this train, I think. Yeah, nitrogen gas, which is just gonna go straight down there. I probably could have piped that up, honestly. Once I started building it, I was like, this isn't as far as I thought it was, but... Yeah, I guess I probably could have piped that, but whatever. I like trains. Trains are fun. So, watch, it gives me just like horrible throughput issues, and I just end up running straight pipes all the way there just to avoid it, but we'll see. Hopefully the train works fine. All right, so that's the nitrogen. I need plastic and rubber, which I don't know which one's going which, but one of these is going to bring in batteries, and the other two... Oh, wait a second. I'm an idiot. Those ports already have batteries hooked up. I didn't need to bring batteries here at all. Yeah. I don't need this one. Or any of this setup. That's just a waste of batteries having him go back and forth. Well, that's actually really nice. It's always nice when you're like, oh, I don't actually need that, and I can delete it now. And since that was the weird one that was, I don't know, more of it was blocked by that thing, I'm just going to leave them spaced out like this, I think. Okay, so one's going to do plastic, one's going to do rubber. Although, there's a good chance I'll dress that up differently. I'll do that later, though. Okay, so that's plastic, that's rubber, nitrogen gas. The aluminum ingots obviously coming from there. It's like the one thing that's actually here. And then fuel. So I was originally like, oh, I usually just bring in the raw resource. So I was just going to bring in the crude oil, but I realized I only needed 2 refineries and 2 blenders. So I just built them right next to the oil, since I figured if I was going to just bring in one pipe, I might as well just bring in just the fuel. So, yeah, I just overclocked that fuel extract, the resource node. Pressure well extract? What are those things called? Resource well pressurizer. Man. That was close. Okay, so let's do... I'm just gonna... add walls to this now. Okay, so I think I have... Oh, I'm an idiot. I should have left that drone port. There's one more thing I need drones for. I didn't write that down. But now that I'm actually looking at all the recipes, I am going to need... That's got to be the last thing, right? Yeah. So eventually, this factory... I mean, granted, I guess I could ship this part out and have it somewhere else, but it just feels fitting to do all the frames here. So this factory is going to make 75 heavy modular frames. Some of those frames are just going to get used as heavy modular frames, but I guess 40 of them. 35 of them are going to get used to make the fused modular frames, and then 25 of those are going to get made into pressure conversion cubes. So I do need another drone port for the radio control unit if I want to do all of that here. I could do the opposite and just ship those, but I guess either way I would need the drone port. So all right. All right. So the one thing that I highly dislike about the drone ports, and that I really, I'm going to assume it's not like, I don't know. So here's the thing is, if you line it like as a whole, the machine is 1 meter off from being like on this line. But if I line up like this part of the machine with the foundation, these two line up perfectly with the double conveyor wall holes. But if you line it up on the actual foundation square, you're going to be off by that 1 meter. And I'd rather it not have to have that weird little snake in it. And so I offset them by a meter, but then it makes like any of the other like foundation that it's on, it's just weird. Like it's just one of those like really tiny, not super important details that I wish, I hope they change. I would love for more of the machines to just fit a little bit better together. Like I guess like I really like the models and everything. Like, I think they look great. And so many of them have really convenient layouts. Like, I originally thought it was kind of annoying, but like with refineries, it's really nice that the pipe and the solids are always on the same side. So if you do have recipes that's from one machine into the next, you can just plug the pipe straight in from one to the next one, and that's just really convenient. Whereas like some of them, like those are in the same spot, but then you've got the assembler and the middle is offset, but it ends up working really nice because that's the exact space that's left in between these two. So in certain like blueprints and stuff, like all the spacing works out really nice. But then there's some machines that just like, they're just a little off, you feel. Glad they did that with refineries. Do you have much refinery stuff? Yeah, I bet you know that better than anybody. It's yeah, little things like that you don't really notice until you run into like certain recipes, or you're setting it up in a certain way and you're like, oh, this is actually designed really convenient for this. Okay, so alright, so I do think I have all of the inputs, or the ability to get the inputs. Ooh, so then with the radio control units, I'll need batteries somewhere. But well, at this point, a fourth one isn't going to easily fit there. I could squeeze one on this side, but ooh, if I have stairs wrap around, I wonder if the drone is going to clip into the stairs at all. That would really suck. Nah. It'll just have clearance. Ugh. So I ended up making my full refinery build, my 950 refinery build, and holy FPS lag. Oh, boy, that must be... Yeah, that many refineries, belts, and pipes all in one place must do a number on the machine. What am I getting right now? Just under 40. Oh, I guess if I move around a lot, obviously, but I'm actually kind of surprised. It drops below 30, but 35, 40. Well, I guess in here it's a little bit less. I'm sure if I go into my main factory, that's probably where it drops the lowest. Had pipe racks and pipes, everything, but nice and in order. Nice. Units like your job. Oh, okay. And plugged it all in to start, and it went from 4550 to it's a 10. A decently built PC. Yeah, this game can definitely... I mean, I get it. Like, on one end, it has to run through all the calculations. Like, I'm sure there's ways to optimize it. It's definitely nowhere in my expertise wheelhouse, whatever. But yeah, it's a lot of machines that it's just running through just a ton of calculations for. Okay, so how do I want to do this? How did I do it over here? Okay, so I did the pipes on the ceiling, that's right. Actually, I did a whole lot of it on the ceiling. That's right. I think it's so funny. I worked on this, like, I don't know, a few weeks ago, and I've already forgotten, like, most of what I've done. Yeah, so luckily I had my unit individually saved. Oh, okay, nice. So trains will pick up what is needed and just hold on to what's not needed. I think I know what you're saying. So, well, actually, no, maybe I'm not quite sure. So are you talking about like different resources, or are you talking about amount? Separating everything did the trick back to 125 FPS. Oh, very nice. I don't think I've ever gotten 125 FPS in this game. Maybe for the first hour. So Tesla, if you're talking about like different resources, like if you have a train station that where like each different train loading bay thing has a different thing, we need fluid but not the other items. Okay. So for that, you do need to mess with it a little bit. So what you want to do is when you go to your timetable and then you edit the timetable. So these are my two stops. So since I wanted to pick up and drop off everything at these two, that's all I need to do, right? But say down here where it's doing the iron and water, and I had, this set up differently, and I had two trains. One was going to do water and one was going to do the iron. What I want to do is go into load only and then select what I want it to load, right? And then under unload, this is what, if I'm going to set up anything, I'm going to set up both sides just to make sure that I don't screw this up, because I don't know. You may not have to do that, but this is what I do. So then I would say iron, right? And then I would leave this as none because it's not going to unload anything. And then when I go to this side, then I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to say it's going to unload only iron and then load none. And then with the other train, you just do the exact opposite. So just use that menu with the cogwheel, and you can make sure that your trains only pick up the correct thing and only drop off the correct thing at the correct station. So hopefully that works. Okay, so gotta do both the pipes and so I can't remember. Do pipes? Oh, that's right. So these I actually snap to the ceiling, which is just amazing, and I wish that the mergers and splitters did too, because it would just make my life so much easier. Because holy cow, that makes things easy if I can just do that. Although, well, shoot, which... Yeah, we can just do the pipes on the inside. Just trying to figure out which one should be on the inside, which one should be on the outside, but we'll just do this. Although I'm not sure. Should probably figure out how much water I actually need in each of these, because I've already forgotten. Yeah, I have an overflow train that brings extra stuff to my storage area. Oh, interesting. So it just picks up and drops off. Then it's auto-sorted. I couldn't get that menu to work right, or I'm done one of the two. Honestly, there's a good chance that that menu may have issues. Like I've said, there's a reason why I've set up my trains so that I only have like one train on each track, and it's ridiculously like simple. Because yeah, I'm either dumb or I've had issues or both. So sometimes you just got to pick which efficiency you're going for, right? Because it's kind of hard to nail every single way you look at it. So it's like you can be super efficient on power, and then that means you use belts for absolutely everything, because then you don't need any extra power. So, yeah. It really just depends on how you want to do it. Yeah, smart split this stuff. I don't want the separate freight station, and it gets picked up. I like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so these need 50 water each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's just an awkward number. Okay. And I'm bringing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was a reason I was bringing in this much. And in that order. Okay, let's take a look. What was that reason? I don't remember. Okay, so one pipe by itself is going to the nitric acid. That's right. This uses nitric acid? I guess so. It does, really? Let me double check. Cause I did. Oh, that's right. So the default uses the nitrogen gas. I'm using this one, which uses the nitric acid in the fuel. That's right. But it's like way more efficient on aluminum, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, same for heavy modular. Yeah, I think it's better on both the nitrogen, which honestly, I would be impressed if anybody ran out in their world. I think there's like way more than you need, which is just like super weird. But okay, yeah. All right, so I have basically 4 pipes of 300. Which is kind of awkward, I guess. So how much water is going into this system? How much spare water do I have? I guess is my real question here. So if I have 4 pipes, each one has 300. So I've got 1,200. And I need... Spreadsheet, where are you? 1,037. Oh, cool. So I do have some extra. I'm in the part where I wish they'd just 1/4 all the recipes if they could. It would save on FPS issues. What do you mean by like cut the amounts down? Like just basically like just tone down all the numbers by 1/4? Recipes, belts, yeah, everything. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I think you'd have to just reduce everything then. Yeah, I think it's a really tough thing to try to balance, right? Because like if you're not gonna try to like build way in excess like and I'm sure a lot of people like to do, like you don't really run into these issues. Like I stumbled along somebody's like YouTube series and I watched, and I was one impressed that they were able to like beat the game in so little time. Like it feels like that play style is the one that's a bit more rare, where they basically just wanted to like just beat the game. So it wasn't a speed run by any means, but like the builds kind of look like a speed run, you know what I mean? Like they didn't really build many walls or like anything to look differently, and they beat the game in under 100 hours, and I'm sitting here like 268 hours, not even like a single phase 4 space elevator part even started yet. And it's just, there's just like, just huge difference in his play styles. And so that person probably never really ran into many FPS issues, because I bet you their entire save was under 5 megabytes. And then you have the people that are like, I'm going to make 1 million screws a minute because I can. And it's, man, yeah, it's, it is, there's a lot of things that I wish were like, maybe just a little bit different, you know? Oh, now that I've placed all these, I'm wondering if I should have placed them differently. That's where I put. Okay, so let's take a look. All right, so if I go from the machine down to there, ooh, is this just like not even lined up right? Oh, it's on auto TD. That's why. Horizontal to vertical. Okay. So if I went from there to that, doesn't work from here to here. Okay, so it does still work. Awesome, and I can just skip the floor hole because they suck. And they give me so many headaches. I'm just gonna skip it. Yeah, making 17,000 copper ingots right now. Yeah, that'll do it to your FPS for sure. All right, so this is where this is the 100% acceptable clipping in my eyes, because do I have to go? No, it is from there to there. Because if the floor holes work the way they were supposed to, I wouldn't even do this. I wouldn't even think about doing this. But they just don't work consistently enough. Which is such a bummer, because I think like the pipeline floor holes just make better decorations than anything else right now. You can make cool little porthole looking things on walls with them. Actually, the wall holes work fine. It's really just the floor holes that I've ever had issues with, I think. But let's see. Drum roll. Is it still a steady line? Yes. Oh, rock solid. Oh, it changed right there at the very last second. Wait, it went up? Wait a second. Wait, where'd that go? Yeah. So I've seen this before. Have you guys ever seen this? And do you have any clue what that is? So, like, it's supposed to be 152,200. But every once in a while, it spikes to have more power. I mean, I'm happy as long as it's not going negative, but like, where is this coming from? Like, from what I've calculated, like, this should be the most amount of power that I can make. And I have just like absolutely no clue why every once in a while it spikes higher. Oh, that one's dropped by 0.4. Oh, that's super weird. Well, it's consistent enough, I guess. No idea. Yeah, I don't know. There, every once in a while I come across something that like I rack my brain and I can't figure out like why. Like, there's some quirks you're just like, oh, like, I get it, like, it's doing it because of this. It shouldn't, but like, at least I understand like why it's doing it. It's like, this thing has the issue. But I've played around with my power a lot, and there's some things that I just still can't figure out. Okay, so I think that's all the water pipes. And hopefully I don't have to move them around. Wait a second. What did I do there? There we go. All right, so yeah, I think I'm gonna do the same thing, and I'm just gonna try to keep. Man, now that I'm thinking about it, I really should have added. I should have added the splitters and mergers to all of these blueprints underneath it. Why didn't I do that? I could have saved myself so much time. Actually, I probably still could do it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could change it, and then if I just delete and replace the blueprint, I'd still be way faster. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Okay, but let's do the refineries first, I think. So, is it a full 4? Is that? Or is it 3? It's 3, right? 3 meters is the right? Pretty sure. Yep, okay. So you need a 3 meter gap. So let's just get all of these temporary foundations in place. Actually, I don't really know where. Let's see. So how do I want to do this? Oh, need one more. Okay. So this is the tower where everything's going to come up from. Why? Oh, yeah, that's right. Because of all this has to come in through here too. Whoo boy. Why did I face all the containers that way? Man. I'm just going to flip them all around because it makes no sense. Yep. All right. So if you get the storage container in which I think it's right there, in just the right spot. You could do this with the train station, but you have to get it to like clip into it a little bit, and I don't like the way it looks, but I'll pretty much always use it in my logistics floor. And this way both lifts snap to the actual container, and you don't have to have that really short belt going into it, which is just nice. Just one extra piece that you just don't need, just for it to be, I guess, kind of clipping into it. But it looks weirder on the actual train station because you need the floor hole to like clip through the bottom of the train station, and so I don't usually do it right next to the train station. But down here, I'll use those tricks all day. So it looks like the trains will drop off what's needed and hold the rest. Oh, nice. So you got it set up. And it's working? Because that's what you wanted it to do, right? Wait, did I went one too far. Man, what did I snap that one to? It's always frustrating. I should have been paying closer attention. All right, so let's make sure now we're on the right. Yeah, okay. That looks right. Okay. That's close. It's really weird that like there are certain places where you can just be off by a meter. Like this right here. Holy cow. The whole thing was off. No wonder it looked weird. And like the splitter or merger or the lift, like it still like connects, but it just looks like super broken and like wrong when it's like misaligned by a meter, but it's still working. And I just think it's so funny that like you'll run into those instances, right, where it's like very clearly not lined up right, but it's still working. And then you'll have so many instances where it's just like I plugged it all up, like the connections are all going where they're supposed to, and it just doesn't work until you like delete it and replace it. You know, just who knows? It could have been that it just like it snapped to a like the conveyor pole instead of the merger or the lift, or like a million different things, and it's so funny. Yes, you're satisfied now. Very nice. It's always a good feeling when you finally get it to work the way you want it to work. Okay, so this is the input. So do I want, like, part of me wants the iron to just run all the way down the side and then go in, only because then it kind of frees up the middle in case. Yeah, actually that's totally what I'm gonna do, which is awkward because of course I do this every time. Somehow I have it set up so that the iron is all emptying on that side of the train, and of course I need it in this corner. Why do I do this? The foresight needed to get everything set up in an ideal space so you don't have to cross things over that is a skill I do not have. Alright, so I do think that's going to be better, though, because I'll have them run along the side and plug in, and then that way I can leave this center spot for all the things that are coming back and go into the next floor. I think that's easier. Or just convenient for me. Okay, so there we go. Get our green guideline. And yeah, I'm definitely going to. Okay, so this is the input. But yeah, I think I'm definitely going to just change the blueprint for the other machines and just delete and replace them. I think that is going to be the easiest way to do it. Alright, so yeah, this one's input. The one next to the water pipe. And I want to put these ones down first just because I've got less space to work with. Since I put the pipes there, I kind of need the these belts to be on this side, and then I'll figure out what I'm doing with the output of the refineries. All right, so how much iron is going in here? We've got 18, 16. Well, that's not a convenient number. This isn't convenient at all. So, what did I just do to myself here? Okay, so these need 87.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need... Oh. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. I thought it was going to be more than one. So how am I doing the iron? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I think I'm bringing in like way more than I need. I'm pretty positive. Oh, I thought I cleaned up all the crates. Damn it. Oh, there's still more. It's annoying. All right, so darn it. I didn't set a radar tower, so I can't see. All right, let me... time to look at satisfactory calculator map because I don't feel like flying over there to double check. But I am like 90% positive it's 3 pure iron that I'm taking. I'm going to putting on this train. There we go. Words are hard. Okay, so resource nodes, iron. Yeah, it's 3 pure. Okay, so I've got... Whew. And I'm pretty sure I just clocked him to 780 because I'm lazy. I only need 1815, so I've got way more than I need. Okay, cool. So... Oh, yeah, so there's 3 rows, so I just plug in each line. All right, yeah. I don't have to worry about it getting super complicated. This is actually really convenient. I'll just plug each 780 line into one of each of these rows, and I'll have more than enough, but I don't have to, like... I don't really have to worry about it. So, iron ore, or that's the iron ore. The iron ingots need to go... Oh, this is gonna suck, isn't it? Oh, wait a second. I use all of it? Oh. I plan this stuff out on my spreadsheets. Thanks. Like, I enjoy it, so I'll sit down and I'll bang out the spreadsheets for like multiple factories sometimes, and then it's like weeks until I actually get to it, and then I forget like why I chose different things because why would I leave myself notes? So I think this isn't too bad. So all of the iron ingots are actually going over to the foundries. I'm only using steel. I'm not using... Well, I am making iron plates, but I'm making them out of steel ingots, which actually makes things fairly easy. Oh, but the big issue is on this side. 162. So that means 8 row. Each row is making, what was it? 162.5? Yeah. So I'm making 1,300 on each one of these rows. Okay. So this part is where it's... Oh, this is where it gets awful, isn't it? Because this is just such an awful number to work with. If I was smarter and thought ahead, I would have made these output at 150. Because that would have been an easier number to work with this. Okay. But the funny thing is this row is making, what did I say, like 1,300? More wires. Yeah. The electricity is one of the things that I think could use I don't know what you want to call it. A look at, basically. Just because, like, I feel like, I mean, it really depends on how you're playing, right? So, I mean, some people probably get great use out of the Mark III and the Mark II power poles, but a lot of the time, once I start using the wall outlets, I almost never use just like the regular power poles for anything other than, like, I don't know, very few things, to be honest. And, like, it's just, once you start setting things up like this, like, it's hard to hook up 9 other things to this without it looking just, like, super weird. Can't daisy chain stuff? Man, I hear you. Like, being able to, like, I'm glad that, like, the power storage, like, if these couldn't be daisy chained, like, that would be just awful. Like, that would suck. I mean, you would obviously be able to work around it, but it would just, you're adding just so many unnecessary connections. Same with the, I know the ceiling, pretty much all the lights do. Yeah, all the lights daisy chain, which I'm glad, because, like, functionality wise, they would just really suck. But then part of me, like, really wishes that, like, I don't know, give me like a Mark II street light so that I can hook up like a hypertube thing right below it or something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm probably not going to put it like next to every single machine or anything like that, but, like, I feel like you could just give me 2 more connections, make this a Mark II, and have it like the same functionality as the Mark I. So it would have 4 total power connections. But then you also have a light, you know? Like, I think that would be cool. Like, there's definitely some things that I think they could add to the game. Daisy chain would just be amazing. I do think they've put themselves in a really great spot for being able to at least, like, they always have an easy way out. Because of the way that they've kind of structured their game and support, because, like, it's one of those where they've said multiple times that, like, they don't plan on adding like super official mod support, because if they did, they would need to add it to both Steam and Epic, and that's a nightmare trying to get things to cooperate with both, and they don't want to have to oversee it. So it's always going to be kind of that third party that they have right now. But so as long as they always keep the modding support, like, in mind, they're always going to be able to say, like, yeah, we're not going to add daisy chain, but, like, they have it in this mod that, like, is unofficially but officially supported in a way, you know what I mean? So I do think that some of those things, like, when the game, especially once the game fully comes out and, you know, they're not coming out with just like massive updates all the time, it'll be a lot easier for all that stuff to get supported, I think. All right, so how do I want to do this? I think just running along the roof like everything else here. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. So, do think this is going to get a bit messy. Oh, we can place it just like right on the edge here. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm glad I got into this game though. In my opinion, like I feel like they've done a good job. No, I definitely agree. You know, there's plenty of games that I play and like one you never ever put any sort of face of the company to the game. And then there's other companies where you're just like, they've got like a good dev team and like they put themselves out there and, you know, they're willing to say like, yeah, this shit sucks or this shit's broken. We know, you know, and different stuff like that. And I really appreciate it. It's definitely not something that they have to do. And I'm sure someone in the company would prefer they say less, you know, but from the consumer standpoint, I think it goes a really long way having a community team like they've had. And I think they've really listened to a lot of the player base. And I think that's one thing that they've done really well with having their game in early access for so long, which I don't think is a great recipe or roadmap for a lot of games and companies. But with this one, I think they've done a great job at, like, yes, it's in early access, but each update has added a lot. And then they've used, you know, a lot of the early access feedback and stats and all that sort of stuff to really kind of shape and influence future things in the game. Because I think that's always one of my gripes is like probably the game that I should just give up on, you know, but for whatever reason I've been playing it for I don't even know how long at this point, but me and like my best friend, the only reason I own an Xbox is for me to play NHL with him. And I'm pretty sure that's the only reason he owns an Xbox. But like we're big hockey fans and sports games are just like they're awful in the sense where like you only get a roster update and a couple new features for a AAA priced game, which is just it's a scam in itself. And I wish a whole bunch of things would change in that part of the gaming industry. But yeah, a lot of those companies I feel like are just they're awful with being visible or even giving a shit about their community or their customer feedback. And I mean, part of it is like you've put yourself in just like a horrible position having to come out with a game on a yearly basis. Like I think one of the great things about Baldur's Gate coming out and Elden Ring and some of these other games is just it really kind of demonstrates that like it just takes time. Like there's really not a shortcut. Like if you want to make a good in-depth game with good graphics and everything, like it just gonna take time. Like there's just no way to do it in a year. Yeah, but I mean EA Games, that's just a big box brand. Yeah, But I mean, they're all like that. Like 2K is, I think, even worse than EA as far as being any of those things. And yeah, and I mean they've any of the big box companies that do that. I think that's kind of the they've put themselves in just a horrible spot for that sort of a thing. Wait, what did I just run? Yep, that's what it's reinforced. Ooh. Guess we need to just order up some more of those. Did I just didn't put the A in front of that one. Huh. It's got to be like the only one that I didn't name right. That's so weird. And I'm going to tell myself I'm going to fix that. And it's probably going to be months until I fix it. All right, let's see if we can place a couple more. All right, so then I think we need Mark 3 for the output ones. Okay, so this is probably where it starts to get a little bit messy, but let's see. So the input lines are all nice and easy. That can just be one Mark 5 line. Okay, so these ones, this is where it starts to get spicy. Actually, no. We can make this easy. All right, so 2, 3, 4. And then 3. Wait. I did this wrong. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's right. I did 7 in a row, not 8. 8 of them is this nice even number, though. So I feel like that would be the easiest because I'm pretty sure doing 7 is, yeah, that's ugly. Okay, so I think I want to group them in groups of 4 and then figure out a way to put those into groups of 13 over here. let's do that. I don't think it'll be too bad. Okay, so should I group the front 4 or the back 4? Let's do the front. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So delete that one. Oh, no. That's the wrong one. Silly me. This one. There we go. Okay. So... I guess no matter what, this is just gonna... Gonna look a little awkward, isn't it? You know what, let's connect all of these so I don't try to run a conveyor belt through it. Do you put a fluid buffer after your oil extractor? Ooh. I'm trying to think. Yes and no. Always and higher than where it's going. It's a good suggestion. Yeah. I mean, I'll pretty much always have it. It's just whether I have it right after the oil extractor or if it's like right before all the machines, I guess is what I was thinking. But yeah, I always have, I would say yeah, I pretty much always. Sometimes I'll use a small fluid buffer right in front of the oil extractor, and then I'll still have like an industrial fluid buffer before all the machines. But yeah, I like to use buffers pretty much everywhere. In a lot of places, I will definitely try to use a buffer. All right, so if the water is going to come up through here, I think it would just make the most sense just for the water to come straight in from the ground here. Oh wait, horizontal, vertical. There we go. Let's see, so where? Alright, yeah. Actually, yeah, that one can snap there. This one, snap you to there. And this one, go 1, 2. Now I think they will all. Oh No, that's right. I should have done it right on the line. Never mind. These are all off by 1 meter. Silly me. Okay, so this one, that one goes to the line. This one goes to past it. And this one will go to the half foundation mark. And now they all line up nice. I feel it just resolves a lot of fluid issues. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Alright, so these make it. How far does that one go? Cool. Alright, so just get the pipes out of the way. And then that way I can run these ones over into these a little easier. Although, holy cow. Oh, that's right. I need to change those. Alright, so... what is... Alright, so... How many actually fit? So 780 divided by 162.5. It's such an awful number. So yeah, really only I can only fit 4. On that belt. There's not enough space to add anymore, right? Because that could just make my life easier if I just changed all the clock speed. Takes up 4. So it would go to 1. No, not quite enough room. Just, I mean, I guess I could squeeze in a couple, but nah, we're not gonna do that. Okay, so I'm just trying to think of. I know of a way that I could definitely do it. I was just kind of hoping to avoid that. So how much is that? So if I did put 4 times 162.5, so that would put 650 on a belt. So that would be 6.5 machines, which I guess really isn't too bad. What are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, I changed my mind. You know, the easiest way to do this is actually going to be to... I think I want to do the belts on the ground. Actually. This is the first one. Alright, so we can actually just have it come down this way. Yeah, we'll just come to here. Since I'm gonna have to do a decent amount of splitting and merging of the belts, I think, to get them all where they're supposed to go and evened up So I think, man. So I think running all the iron ingots on the ground is just going to be a lot easier for me to work with. So let's just, we'll keep those on the top. And then we'll just create a nightmare mess on the ground here. But that is just so much easier. Than try and do it all on the roof, essentially. And I gave myself all this space. Let's just use it. All right, and then the last row. There we go. All right. So that's those. And then if I wanted to wait, what did I do here? Silly me. What am I doing? Okay, good. At least I didn't hook that up. All right, so confusing myself here. All right, so this is the output, and that's split up the way it's supposed to. Same with this one. Oh, yeah, I haven't finished. 1, 2, 3, 4. So not that one. Okay. So let's do. I wonder if it. Actually, no. Hold on. So you there. So you. So if I did. I guess I don't even need. What am I doing? I don't even need that one. I can just use this. So if we drop this down. Oh, a couple. Hold on. So it is in line with this. Just drop that straight down there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now this is a group of 4. Yeah, we'll just go like that. Alright, so that's a group of 4. Now, I've got 2 here and 3 there. Of course! I think this is probably the easiest thing. It's so nice when they actually show the guidelines. Sometimes they don't. All right. So now this one. Yeah, I'll just have it turned inside. Cool. So now that is a group of 4, and then we've just got our Lone Ranger will go facing the other way, and you know what? We're just going to bring you all the way out since you're Mark 3 all by yourself. Cool. Okay, so now I've got all those iron ingot. I do need to figure out the inputs as well, though. So we can lay down some of this stuff. Actually, I think the easiest thing to do would be to do it this way. So this is the input. Are you gonna give me no line? All right. Oh, I can't nudge it. Dang it! I forgot. Is it there? Nope. One more. There? Think so. All right. So, and then we make sure we switch the build mode. Cool. So now I want this one to be, what is that? 2/8. Yeah. Okay. So next input is this. So nope, one more meter. There. All right. All right, let's see if I did this right. Oh, well, I picked the wrong spot, but it was the right idea. I was so far off. What was I lining that? Oh, I was a half a foundation. That's why. Okay, so 2 over from this one. It's like right here. No. Oh, so far. That's, yeah. Oh, I think I got it right that time. Awesome. Okay, cool. So, trying to think. Let's see, that's just steel pipes and stuff. So yeah, there's no reason for this to go anywhere else, but let's just run it along. Run along this foundation here. Well, so close. Cool. All right, so that's the iron. And then it's got to come over here. All right, so, you know, I'll deal with you later. Oh. How do I? Well, for sure. Let's see. So I think I need to put. Do I need to put? I think I need to put 1 meter down. All right, so. Oh, of course, this is. You know what? Just because I'm dumb and I don't want my brain to hurt. I'm just going to orientate this in a much easier way for me to look at, so I don't face things the wrong way. It will make my life easier. Alright, so these... Alright, so... Wait. I'm so dumb. Was it already set up that way? And I just like reset it up the same way? I'm gonna hope so. So it was backwards to begin with, wasn't it? Alright. I don't know. It's set up the right way now. Okay. Alright. So... Which way do I want all this to work? Well, actually, I probably want these to come this way, and then I can put the merger on the inside bit here. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so it's right there. And then these are outputting 150, so this needs to be Mark 3. And is that the way I want it to go, actually? Nope, that's negative. I want it to go that way. So I'll have the output go that way so that I can have it go up the side and then feed into all the constructors. Okay, so that's that. But this is where I'm just now realizing I didn't actually give myself enough space to do this. There's no way to do it with that little space. So if I want to do it, then I'm going to have to... I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I think this is the best way to do it. Okay. So if we grab the blueprint and set it on top of another 4. How is this thing even? Oh man, how did I have this lined up before? Is it middle on the foundation? It must have been, right? Oh wait, but if it's gonna be even on the foundation, it needs to be on that one. That's the actual center of this whole thing, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so with it lifted this height, now I can put the 1 meter down. Okay. I think we got this time. All right, so merger facing this way. Oh. Yeah, I'm so bad at this right now. All right. Facing the correct direction so that I can get everything facing the way it's supposed to. All right, so that's lined up. This is lined up, I think. Yeah, okay. So now... No. That's too tall. I am on a roll. Okay. Alright, so we're lined up there. We're lined up here. I should really just delete those because it confused me. Now we place the 1 meter. Whew. Alright, merger facing this way. Everything's lined up right this time? Yes. Okay. All right, so let's grab our splitter. So I'm trying to think, would it matter at all? Which one's in which order? It really doesn't, but I think I'm gonna do, for no good reason, I'm gonna do it like this. All right, so now we delete all these, delete this, this, and this, and then we just take our 1 meter here. And that should, or, oh, that's right, because they're like 3 meters tall, is that? Or did it only need to be, oh, it only needs to be 2 meters lower, huh? That's right. Yeah. Or, no. Wait, is it? Is that? Yeah, that is how they go. Okay. I mean, I guess really I can set it to whatever distance I want since it's hanging from the roof, but it'd be nice if I can just keep it in line with like whatever the, what am I trying to think of? The ceiling conveyor mounts, you know. So if I make it in like an extra meter drop, then it has to like drop into the splitter, and then it just looks weird. So cool. All right, so yeah, I forgot this is only 2 meters lower. Cool. And it needs 100 of each of the coal and iron ingots, so Mark II for both of those. And I think yeah, that works, I think. Oh, that's right. I made this a new blueprint because I had to. Okay, so heavy modular frame. Probably already. Oh, names are different enough. Alright, so foundry. And let's go with some sort of gray. Alright, so we're just going to leave that there in case I screwed it up. So in theory, if I delete this and then go back to my hotbar that has the blueprint, got our... Oh, that's right, because they're 2 different blueprints. So it didn't auto update. I have to... Nope, still selected the wrong one to put on the gray one. There we go. Now we've got our splitters and mergers on there. Cool. So blueprint mode. Connect you to... Oh, but I made it extra tall. So the height of it isn't going to match with this anymore. I think this is probably still going to be worth it. But I think... this is how I have to do it. I hope that... Oh, wait a second. Wait. Why didn't that get deleted? Isn't that gonna... Oh, that's weird. Oh, no, it did delete that one. Wait, why didn't it delete this one? Whatever. You know, it really doesn't matter. Alright, so default mode. And try to find... Alright, so that's lined up. And then that's lined up. Alright, so let's make sure before I place a whole bunch of others. Inputs on the right side. Okay, cool. Alright, so good. I do have some inventory. Alright, so let's just do one row at a time. Alright, blueprint mode. And we'll just nudge, nudge, nudge. Yeah, this is a whole lot easier than laying all those temporary foundations, placing all the splitters, mergers. I mean, if I was just gonna set them on the ground level, then it wouldn't have been too bad, but you know, let's just get rid of you and you and you. And yeah, so there, and yeah, that's so strange. Like, oh, was that the like extra one I added? Maybe that's what it was. Who knows? Alright, so wait, what was I probably ran out of one of the reinforced iron plate. Ah, yeah, because that's what I'm using for that lift, I think. So going through a little bit more. All right, so let's just get all of these lined up again. It'd be really nice if I got that cool little guideline, but only sometimes. Oh, and that's, oh, maybe that's why. Because it definitely treats the whole thing like a one solid thing after you make it a blueprint. So the machines won't give you that indicator anymore, because it's based on the whole thing. Oh no, I got carried away. Well, to be honest, I'll just keep that deleted because, well, changing it for the 5 assemblers, who knows? All right, let's delete this. Oh, but I may need it for that, so we'll just leave it there. Dun, 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 dun. I love the nudge feature. Oh, that's right. I forgot these aren't at the right. Wait, I think it's actually the same as... Yeah, I forgot I could just do that. Alright, so... Yep, there we go. There we go. Get this last one in place. Nice. Okay, get rid of those. Patch the last hole. Excellent. All right, so ta-da! Now the splitters and mergers are there. Ah, that's so much easier than placing them manually. Holy cow. That saves so much time. I don't know why I don't do stuff like this more. Okay, so... Oh, man. So I do think I made it, so... Yeah, like these, so these... Oh, not that. Hold on. Okay, so... It's output 150, these take in 75, so yeah, I'm pretty sure I made it, so... 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, that works out nice. I mean, except for the fact that I definitely can't fit all of that on one belt, but, you know, minor detail. So, do I just split these into... Oh, I guess I have to, right? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 1,200, right? Yeah. So yeah, I guess that would be the easiest thing. Just put each one of these into... Oh, that's not the right hotbar. Okay, so... Yeah, this is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this group of 4. Oh, so close. All right, and then what we're gonna do with this one. Oh, I was gonna run it underneath. And actually, yeah, no, we are just gonna do that because it just simplifies everything. I think it'll go to this spot. Oh, autosave. Tempted to push it back to 20 minutes. It's at 15. What do you guys have your autosave set at? Oh, I have to redo the wires. That's right. At least these ones are in a not horrible spot. $20. Only hurt once. Yeah, it is. It's always one of those like, when it does finally get you. But I'll be honest, it's the game's in a pretty good spot with this most recent set of patches for the update. So I think I could probably live with 20. 5 minutes. Eventually, Tesla, you're going to get tired of that 5 minutes. It's great in the beginning, and I think it's one of those things like it's best to kind of just push back like as it's starting to bother you, because I mean when they're like lightning speed in the very beginning, like you might as well just have it autosave all the time, right? But usually I think people get to a point where then it's just like, all right, this is 30 seconds every 5 minutes is it's a bit much. But hopefully you've got some time until it really starts getting too annoying. That's what that random connection was that I wasn't sure about. It was this one, wasn't it? Because I think it was going that direction. Now I know what happened, and I'm not going crazy. I get it. Okay. Yeah. I think we're going to do that. That's going to be the easiest way. Because then when I loop it around to go to the constructors, then I can just do the same sort of thing. The topmost belt just goes straight into the splitter. The second will run underneath it until halfway, and then it'll plug in. And so I think that's going to be, like as I'm like talking about doing that, then I just connect them all together. Way to go. So yeah, to here, and then let's get 2 of these placed down, and no, it only went to the halfway mark. Fair enough. Cool. All right, so let's get this line hooked up. Wait. So you go to there. Nope, wrong thing. This one. All the way to there. Alright. Last full row. Oh, this actually works out pretty well because this will be like the inside one, and it'll go all the way down to those last ones. Actually, wait a second. I'm probably going to want to redo this. Well, I'll leave it for now. I'll probably redo it because these two are going to put out the ones for these assemblers, and then it'll go to those. So I'll probably just flip those around so that they're going that way. Yeah, that's probably easiest. You know, let's just do that now. So put you down there. So we got our merger. Actually, we just need one merger. Oh, but the spacing's weird unless I want to change it up. So we're just going to use 2. Yeah, we're still just going to use Mark 5 because whatever. Okay, so now those ones go this way. Make hooking it up into that a little bit easier. Awesome. So well, at least now I know the way the things are going. So let's clear this one and load the oh, you got saved in the wrong spot. Okay, so this facing the right way? It is. Alright, so let's grab our 1 meter. Alright, so we want the splitter. See, I'm trying to think. I could have this all just run. For whatever reason, I try not to do that. But there's really no reason not to, right? Just makes kind of working on them a little bit harder. In case anything goes wrong. So we'll put the merger there and the splitter there. Wait, is that? Yeah, that's right. Okay. So 75 in. So this should be Mark II. Good. And then only 50? 50 out. Okay. So just Mark 1. So we have good. Okay. So I think that's the only change. So the question is that how I want the mergers to face? Do I want them to go out on this side, or would I rather them have them come back this way? I guess have them come back this way. Yeah, because I can run those all along the ground. So let's do that. Let's... All right. Okay. So yeah, input will go that way. Output will go that way and back into the tower. I think that'll be better. And we got the power. So let's just make sure we delete these. Cool. And let's resave it. Awesome. So hopefully I've got enough stuff. But we shall see. Alright, so where is, let's see, make sure. Yep, we got all that stuff on there. Cool. So let's get you to snap. Come on. Oh, that's right. Even though I deleted the beam, it still registers like the box of the blueprint. So it still lines up, I think, perfectly. That's so nice. All right, so let's place you two, and then you. You know, let's make sure we get, let's get the first one down. Ah. That's right, adding that extra lift makes me chew through more of my reinforced iron plates. Just grab all of them. Okay, so go blueprints. All right, so now let's just do an entire row at a time. I'm not leaving a bunch of crates. Hooray! Ah, not even that close. Oh, regular iron plates. I was like, how did I run out of those so quick? That makes more sense. The other belt or lift material that I added more of. Fair enough. Beams? How? How am I using any more beams than I was before? Oh, because I just deleted all of them and now I'm placing it with the beam. And I had already deleted it all. Fair enough. Fair enough. Now I should have all the materials I need. Hope I don't start getting a whole bunch of boxes. But let's find out. Can we delete an entire row without getting random stuff? Give them back. Hey! Just barely. Good. I didn't want to have to pick up a whole bunch. Save you come back so quickly. Time flies when you're playing with blueprints, I guess. Deleting. Cool. So let's make sure. Oh, I did create a whole bunch of crates. They just ended up down here, and I had no idea. It's because I was deleting blueprints, so they're so big. Oh, that's so funny. No wonder I end up with crates in random places. That's the blueprints that do it to me, I bet. Is that? Oh, well, that's just the conveyor. Okay. Well, that's sure a hell of a lot better than having to place all of those mergers and splitters, though. Holy cow, that's much easier. The downside is I have to redo the power again. But I much rather reconnect the power than... Oh, that's right. I added that line to connect all the rows to. Okay. Just staring at it like, where did this come from? Oh, so many power connections. Okay, now we're back to it all being hooked up. So assemblers are the only ones that aren't, and there's only 5 of them, so I can just do that manually. However, I decide to hook it up. 'Cause I'm not quite sure where the things are coming from. I'm just kind of doing all the easiest belt work first. Because I just don't want to have to sort out that right now. So, how did I set this up? Input, then output. Okay. So, this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, because the way this is gonna work is, let's see, so you're gonna go to there. And we're gonna slap. Wait. Oh yeah. So go down to there. Alright, and we're just gonna do that all the way down because all 4 of these are gonna be the same. Wait. There we go. Confusing myself. Every other one. There we go. So to there, down to here. Perfect. And then from you to there. And how far do you stretch? So we can go to probably this. Oh, not that. There we go. So we'll go to there. Does. Perfect. So let's grab that and do that same spot on every other one. Make my life easier. Alright, so, and then we go to, oh, can almost make it. Almost, but not quite. Maybe I should do top ones. Okay, yep. And I need more aluminum. I shouldn't be surprised. I'm going to go through a lot of aluminum sheets, I think, on this project. Alright, so that's the front half of all these done. So we'll get these last 8 in each row plugged up. Yeah, because I think I can just make these mergers all one line, right? Let's double check. So... Oh, yeah. Yeah. That sounds about right. The debate. Add a third train to a line because my freight fills up before the two get back. Ooh. Yeah, the two big options would be either add more trains or add more freight cars. Or to not. And usually adding freight cars is the really painful option because unless you planned for that option, those little suckers are big. Kind of hard to add in more sometimes. Alright, so I just gotta undo the very last one in each line. It's gotta be its own thing. So silly. I'd have to undo stuff. Yeah, I ran into that too many times, so now I just I give myself like at least 2 extra like foundations so that if I need to tack on one more freight platform eventually, I can just delete that section of track and just throw an extra one in there. But most of the time that's not really a very easy solution. And then adding a third train comes with its own issues because if you get the timing really far off, then they start stacking up behind each other, and then it's kind of weird. Might just have to make another copper refinery somewhere else. Ah. Sometimes that's just easier because you cut down on so much of the travel time on like your farthest destination sort of a thing. So sometimes it works out for the better, but it is kind of a pain. Add another train station to the copper powder spot. Ah, nice. Good old copper powder. I actually don't think I've ever made that in this game. I'm trying to think. I know I've done a couple of the... Which ones have I actually made? I don't think I've actually made all of the parts for the end game. I think I've done the magnetic... Shoot, I don't know what they're called anymore. Magnetic something, right? Field generator. Pretty sure I made those because they're like the easiest ones to make. They're just a gigantic pain in the ass with those frameworks. I don't remember. Usually by the time I'm getting ready to actually make my space elevator parts, then I realize that my world was just too shitty and my computer was running it too bad that I wanted to restart. And I've just never come anywhere close to finishing the game. Well, maybe I take that back. I get to the end game, so I guess that's pretty close. But alright, so that's right. So the merger lines, all of them except for the very last one. Because I've laid this out so that I am trying to put 20 more on this build than it can handle. Of course, I would end up with exactly like 800 in a production line here. That's so silly. I think I just need to let this run and see how it buffs out. It's all gonna get set to a sync, so. Oh yeah, yeah, especially if you're just kind of testing the numbers to make sure it's getting up to where it needs to be. Yeah, you got a lot of freedom. But that does remind me of I'm sure you guys have heard of I'm trying to think of his actual full name for his video. Is it I'm Kibitz? But yeah, you know, Kibitz. He tested out drones, but because they were going to ship uranium, I think, he tested it with Caterium ore, but he forgot to take it out. And so because it's a last in first out sort of a thing, they just sat in the drone bay for like 6 months until they finally somehow worked their way out and then shut off his like system because Caterium's not supposed to be on that belt. Oof, now I see a freight car that should be empty have freight on it. Yeah, it's one of those, like, it made sense at the time. He just had a bunch of Caterium. He threw it into the drone bay and was like, all right, let me test the numbers, and then just forgot to take that last bit out. And of course, that was one that was going to deal with, I think it was uranium. Maybe it was batteries or something, but it had to do with his nuclear plant, and that's how, like, he crashed his system one time, which I just thought was freaking hilarious. Okay, so how do we want to do this? So we do that, and then I think game, you're weird. All right, so I can lay the second one just right under it once I run this. Wait, is that where I wanted it to go? Oh, wait. Okay. So it's like right there. Yeah, I'm soon gonna go nuclear, so, but not excited for it, to be honest. I hear horror stories. Why? Why, game, why? You should just let me snap it there. But no, like, why would you do that? Like, in what world would I be trying to hook it up 270 degrees, like the wrong direction? Well, it's, I guess, 180 degrees, but 270. You're weird. But watch, I bet you it'll let me. Wait. Oh, I don't have a second piece yet. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that There we go. 1, 2. So it'll probably let me just create the second connection on a straight piece though, right? So if I go to this one, yeah, works fine. But it won't work here. Oh no, it does work here. It's only when there's a turn. Oh. Alright, well. That's nice and easy. Okay, easy enough. I think it's quite the like the undertaking. Let's see, that one was there, so this one goes here, and then this one will go. Wait, where are you? That wasn't in the right spot. Dang it. It's gonna be 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. With some planning, it's really not bad. I don't actually know why people have a hard time or they're scared of nuclear. I honestly, like, once you've done aluminum, you've done the hardest thing in the game. Try to just go right into the recycle version. Oh, you know, that's an excellent point. I've actually never not tried to do just straight into recycling it, because like I never wanted to just stock up the waste. Like that seemed like a bad idea. So yeah, no, I've always waited till I had all the recipes that I needed before I even considered going nuclear. But it's not bad. I mean, I think the most complicated thing is having to like recycle water in this game. I feel like if you're going that route, but other than that, I mean, it's the same thing you've done with anything else. So and honestly, I think like the production chain for like making thermal propulsion rockets, that's a bigger production chain. Like nuclear is not even like, it's not that many recipes, and it's not, I don't know. I don't think it's hard. I think as long as you plan it out, I wouldn't try to just wing it. That's for sure. So I don't have to do what some do and just put it in. Yeah, I would never try to just to do that. Without recycling. Is that, yeah, that is the right spot. So. Oh yeah, didn't go far enough. 1, 2. Pretty systematic about stuff, so except like my ore, I just overdo ore always. Not much thought. Yeah, no, I think that's a good way to go about it, is just yeah, like basically kind of like the first step in the production chain. You just make sure you have more than enough, because obviously if you don't, then there's no way for anything else to run at peak efficiency. So yeah, I usually try to do that with water too. Like, if I can avoid putting 600 meters cube of a liquid into a pipe, I do. Like, I'd much rather use 2 Mark 1 pipes than ever use Mark 2s, because they've just got too many issues. And then, yeah, if something needs like 200 meters cubed of water, then I'm just gonna overclock it to 240. and I'm gonna put it in that way. Oh, that's not even the right place to put that. Same, yeah. Some things are just easier to what I like to call my brute force method. I'm just gonna make this work by sending way too much of it through it. I'm gonna get that 100% efficiency one way or another. I don't care if it takes me an inefficient amount of materials to get there. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's really any like really big tricks to nuclear, but I don't really think that there's not really that many. I mean, the big one that you probably already know if you're looking at any of the recipes or like the chain of recipes that you'll probably use, I would say so this is the only one that I kind of go back and forth on that I wish was different. Is the encased uranium cell? No, not that one. Uranium fuel rod? Yeah, okay. So the alternate recipe is the better recipe, right? Like, you can get more out of this one. So, I mean, if that's what you're looking for, getting the most power out of, you know, the uranium, essentially, because it's either uranium or sulfur are going to be your limiting factors when it comes to nuclear. So this will get you more. My only reason, and the reason I've never used it, is they've said so many times that they're getting rid of beacons. Chances are they're just going to change this recipe and then throw something else. You know, like, who knows what they're going to... Are they going to put like maybe they'll put circuit board in there in its place or something, and maybe it will be a 1-for-1 swap, or maybe they're just going to redo the entire recipe. I have no idea, and they've said that they're not really going to do a balanced pass on recipes until that's realistically going to be either the very last or the second to last patch before the 1.0 release. So we are not going to see these recipes for probably a long time. But even then, like, I just have this weird hang up that I don't want to go back and have to change something as critical as nuclear power. So I just don't use it. Keep hearing about beacons, so I'm not too concerned about it. Well, I mean, like, they've said they are going to change this. Like, this is going to get removed. Like, beacons they've said they're removing them from the game. So, like, this recipe will change at some point. And so that's the reason I don't use it, is like, they'll give us plenty of lead time, and like, I'm sure I'd be able to work around it, and it wouldn't be really as big of an issue. But I also just don't want to have to redo really any of the major factories if I don't have to later on because something changes. So that recipe is kind of it's a bummer for me because I just don't want to have to go back and change it. The the other kind of weird one is, yeah, with the, so you have to turn them into fuel rods to be able to sink them, right? So this is the default recipe using the heat sinks, control rods, beams, and like you're gonna have to make those either way, right? I actually like to use this one. One, it's just simpler. I don't have to bring in heat sinks or more control rods or more make steel beams. I'm just gonna make 8.5 a minute more of these, and that's gonna be able to get rid of all of my waste. Generally, you only use this recipe because you're going to actually use the fuel rods, because you get more fuel rods out of this. Because where did it go? I'm actually curious what the amount is on these. Plutonium fuel rods. So my goal is not having to sink stuff. Well, you either have to sink stuff or you have to store the waste. Those are your, yeah, literally only two options. Because if you use a plutonium fuel rod, it will give you plutonium waste, and that you cannot sink or do anything with. You'll get 1/5 of the amount, I think, as the normal nuclear waste, and you'll obviously be able to have a look deep into it. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So just as a heads up then, you can use these fuel rods for more power, and they're like twice as efficient in the reactors, and so they're like crazy good, right? But you create plutonium waste, and currently there is no way to get rid of that waste. Didn't know there was an item that you can't sink, so there's a couple. Straight up normal uranium waste, you can't recycle it. That's why you have to do the recycling process. And then the other waste, the plutonium waste, you can't. I'm trying to think. If you somehow put a power shard in like a container, it'll clog up your sink because those can't be sunk. I feel like there's like one more that I was really surprised that you couldn't sink. Yeah, it's a very small amount of items, but there's a handful of items that'll just clog up your sink. It'll just stop. I don't know how I'm gonna build those up to the next floor, so we'll just do that afterwards. Okay, so with these, you know, we're just gonna place the assembler back to where it was, I think. Yeah. And we're just going to wait. Oh, that's right. I need place 2, so this works. Okay, so oh yeah, I can do that. Oh wait, no, they're 2 meters apart, not 4. Silly me. So no, that doesn't do me anything. Okay, so the 2 things that are going into here are steel ingots and the plastic. So the plastic's going to come up from the tower, from the drone bays. So that'll probably come right down the middle, because that just makes sense. And then the ingots are coming from this way. Okay, so the 2 need to be going in opposite directions. Let's get the correct hotbar going. So we'll make the top one should just be the steel because it's coming from over here. Duh. And let's make it the... Oh, well, the power line's there. That's unfortunate. So I guess we'll go on this side. Oh, wait. Is it just the one? Oh, it was just the one. I'll just change that then. I thought they were all running right down the middle. Okay, so we'll just do this. First one is the steel ingots. Well, you have a good one. I'm gonna go eat dinner. So always a pleasure watching, and always appreciate your advice. Hey, my pleasure, and always a pleasure having you here. It's always fun to nerd out about this game. So, and feel free to ask any questions. I don't always know the answer, but sometimes I do. But I hope you have a great dinner. Have a good rest of the day or night. It's probably late for you. We can just barely fit this on the edge. So I don't have to place another one down. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, I can just do them both at the top. I'm so silly. Duh. I thought I was going to have to do them as like 2 different layers. Wait. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Okay. So I'll mark one for this stuff. This is one of those just like crazy recipes. Like completely overclocked to 250%, and it's still only intaking 18.75 and 12.5. It's just, some recipes are just really weird. Like the amounts that they, I mean, I guess it's still outputting just a ton of those iron plates. So it is pretty efficient, but it's weird. All right. Oh yeah, how much is it? 112.5. Oh, cool. Well, at least I can use the Mark IIs. Whoops. Okay, so let's place. So these are making iron plates? Question mark. What am I making? Yeah, it's iron plates. Where are those going? Just upstairs, right? Yeah. Okay. So the merger should face in? Yeah. And that can be on this inside. Cool. All right, so let's get our Mark II lifts going. I forgot that I had left that part in the blueprint, even though I deleted that whole thing. That's so funny. Because I'm pretty sure these aren't, yeah, they're not connected to anything. All right. That's hilarious. I'll just have them. There we go. And let's get these. Okay. Okay, so what are the numbers on this? Let's see. So we come on. Okay, so in total 82. Wait, what? Oh, looking at the wrong thing. Okay. So yeah, this is the only thing that's using plastic. Okay, so which one is which here? Okay, so this is plastic, and it's whopping 50 for a minute, so we can just use a Mark 1. Yeah, I think I can assume. Oh, that's right. I wanted to run all of that on the ground. Okay, well, I'll figure that out. Oh. Well. Oh, wait a second. No, I needed the fourth one. Okay. So that's the plastic. And I think in total this is like 82.2. Oh, but the way we're going to do this is... Actually, I'm pretty sure this doesn't need to be Mark 5. But it's going to run through all of those. And then... What am I going to... Am I going to run out of aluminum? Yeah. So let's just go there. Okay, and then is this the input? It is. Those are just gonna plug in right there. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so let's get some more aluminum. All right, so where? Bring you to get. Ah, I do. Heck yeah. All right. So 1, 2 should be it, right? Yep. All right. So now, there we go. So that is all the steel ingots. Well, minus the fact that I actually have to build this part up. Okay, so let's see. There we go. Cool. Okay. And then this is making it. Whoa. Holy cow. Some of these numbers are insane. I mean, I only need 82 steel ingots, 54 plastic, and it is going to chew out just shy of 500 iron plates a minute. 493 and a third. That's insane. This is an awesome recipe that I always forget about. Because you have to use plastic, and it's just so like, I don't want to have to use oil products to make iron, but holy cow. The default recipe is what, 30 iron ingots to make 20 plates? You need so much iron to make this. Wow. I mean, I knew I picked it for a reason, but I guess I didn't realize how good that recipe is. So what it was, yeah, it's more than 480. So Mark 5 builds it is. Ooh, one thing I definitely need to make sure, because I bet you. Yep. So they're all set to this. Okay, so one of these. Display sign. Where does a display sign fit on an assembler? Really? It's like no sign snapping points. That's a bummer. So many of the other machines, like there, there, there. There's so many spots to snap it, and there's zero on an assembler. I guess I never realized that. Which is such a bummer, because I actually really like the way the assembler looks. Like it's just a cool setup, but I don't know. I have to do it this way now? That's lame. Well, then we're going to put it... We'll put it next to it. Alright, fine. So, let's go to layout, shenanigans. No shenanigans. Okay, well, since I should have probably looked this up first. Okay, so that's right. You know what? We just we let the machine do the work. And by that I mean let it do the calculations for me. So I need 493.333. And I already have 4 machines making 112.5. So this last guy should make... Really? No way. That doesn't... No, it didn't come out to an even number. What did I do wrong here? Wait, I'm so confused. Did I do it wrong? Did I just... Oh. Wait, that should have worked. 493.333 minus 4 times 112.5. Okay. I don't know what I did wrong, but I was going to say there's no way it came out to that number. These numbers should... Yeah. Anyways. There we go. All right. So I need 43.333. So that's how many you're making, which also now makes me realize that I need to do that for this last foundry. And let's just have it do the math. So I need steel ingots. Whoo! 5057.222 repeating. And I have got 33 other ones that are making 150. Cool. 107.2. Awesome. Okay, so that was the only one I needed to underclock, and it needed to be the one going on this line because all of those are supposed to be maxed out. Okay. Ooh. I forgot I replaced these, so now I need to go back and It's doesn't actually look that bad having like the beam run down as like a little like barrier in between them, but I'd want there to be another one on the opposite side, so it created like its own little path, and I don't think I really want to do that. So many beams. Alright, so let's get this all deleted. Alright, so I think that's all of those. Okay, so let's go back down here and take a look. What else do we got? Okay, so okay, yeah, that's the output. So we'll have to figure out how that's getting out of here, but I've also got to figure out bringing that stuff in. Oh, maybe I'll just run it around the outside with the pipes? Nah, I'll probably just run it over top the steel. Alright, so this is the nightmare. So I feel like there's probably a not ridiculous way to have this set up, and I'm just trying to figure that out. So each one of these belts, no, not these belts, those are the iron ore. Okay, so yeah, okay, that's the iron ore. This is well, might as well, let's see. Is it right on the center? It is, isn't it? It is, okay. So just now realizing the coal is going to be just as big of a pain, isn't it? Oh, God, this is just... So, like, yeah, each one of these belts hooks up 6.5 machines. And of course, they're set up in rows of 8. Let me see. So there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 5. So I mean, I guess first things first, I should just go with, well, I should probably just hook up all the belts, because what's probably going to end up having to happen is adding mergers and spots. guess the only nice thing that I have going for me is that I don't have completely maxed out belts. Because what ends up happening is, so like that first one will feed 6.5 machines. So what I'd want to do is go back 1 or 2, add the merger, and bring in another line. But if I have a completely full 780 line, and there's still some on here, then you've got to split it first and then merge it in 2 places. So I think that's like the one thing I have going for me, is that there's only 650. I'm pretty sure on each belt, so it does give me a bit more leeway, flexibility for this, which is nice. All right, so wait, I'm not done. Got more rows. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so that's all of them. So I'm realizing that the coal is going to be just as big of a nightmare. I don't know why I was thinking that it was going to be any different, because oh, that's right, none of the coal has been turned on. Maybe I'll be able to, I could probably do some load balancing down on that floor actually though, and bring the belts up into like even numbers, so that it's just like one belt feeds X amount of machines and I don't have to do the merging or anything. That's what I'm banking on, because I'm going to make the coal the top one. Oh boy, I sure hope that's the way it works. But my brain is too small to try to figure all of it out at once. So let's go with... Wait, no, I lined it up. That's right. So, alright, so I think all of these are going to... Oh yeah, that's right. It's just gonna run on the roof. Let's bring in the coal. And then that's plastic. Yep, okay. Alright, so that's the first. Alright, so this one should get rotated. Is this even... Yep, okay. Just want to make sure I'm not picking the wrong thing. Since everything's going in the same direction, it's really going to suck if I pick the wrong one, because then I'm going to try to send iron ore when it's supposed to be iron ingots, and yada yada yada. Not like I've ever done that before. Holy cow. Those ended up in a straight line. Nice. These ones did not. Not surprised. Wait, where'd the other one go? Oh. Okay, so now that I'm thinking about it, so we got that extra one. So I think the way I want to do this. Oh, I've got an extra 2. That's right, because then there's that line too. Interesting. Yeah, we'll rotate this one. Okay, so Mark 3. Mark 3. And this one's gonna go. Oh, that's right. Okay, so Mark 5. So I think what we're gonna do with these. Should probably turn on my flashlight. That's right. This one's only Mark 3. Let's just run them on either side of this foundation. So these are just gonna run all the way to the other end of these, and this is where I am. I'm trying to think which way I should use. Okay, so I think I learned a lesson from setting up my main factory. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so for sure it's gonna go up to here. But my issue is there we go. Oh, I'm probably gonna need that second one. Is that you would need to merge it in beforehand. Because once you get down to like this little amount, because it's going to try to split the belt equally, right? But I want to make sure that this machine gets enough. And it wouldn't. It would only get 75 because there's only 150 at this point on the belt. So if I don't use a smart splitter, or the other option is I merge in the amount beforehand, which is what I was thinking of doing, but I'm a little bit worried that, wait, these are even numbers, right? Okay, yeah, so I need, so this last part needs 250. And these have 650. just trying to figure out how exactly do I want to do this. So putting the smart splitter means that I can just add the merger here. There we go. Let's see. So these are on the line, right? Oh, I really don't need to do that. I can just add it wherever. All right, so which is going to be the same for every one of these. But it does mean I need to change. Means I need to change this for all of them. Okay, so actually that'll probably place there fine. Okay, so we'll just place one more. Okay, so let's replace this for all of them. I think it'll just make my life easier. Even if I decide to switch this up, it'll make sure that these first 6 in the line are always full. Ooh, not even close. There it is. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And where are we? Smart splitter. So we need any on the right, and straight ahead is overflow. Yeah. And grab our lift Mark 2. And then same thing. Any to the right, straight is overflow. And then I think this is the last one. There. Alright, so how's that? Alright, so I think that's all of them. So now the question is, how do I do this? Alright, so how much does this last one have? Is it 1 or is it 2 machines worth? I think it might just be a single. Yeah, it's a single machine. Which is 162.5. So it's not even enough for Is it even enough for these last two together? So that would be convenient, right? Needs 100. 171. None of these numbers work out smoothly. Alright, so needs more than just that. So I guess that'll merge up. Well, I can just merge it up after this, now that I'm thinking about it. So if I just do... I can just do a splitter, right? How do I want this to go? Yeah, this probably makes the most sense. So splitter like that. So well, I only need, so it needs 250 total. Yeah, we're just gonna do Mark 3. All right. So the nice thing is that actually somehow worked out to be the right spot. The bummer is now this thing is too close, and I'm pretty sure it needs to be 1 meter over to miss. Yeah. Actually, I want it even farther, because what I'm gonna do here is take the merger. Let's just lay that right down on my center line. So the rest is gonna go there, and this, you know what? Let's just run it down the half like. Uh-oh. Stream's still going, so hopefully just a little freeze, or am I gonna lose the last few minutes of work here? Oh, we caught up. Holy cow. I thought I was about to just lose everything. Well. I feel like those usually happen right around an autosave. Is it right? Is it time? 27:23. Was it in autosave that it just didn't? Huh. That's interesting. Because it definitely like hung up like it was an autosave, but but also, wait, what? Why is... So that's 15 minutes. Oh yeah, wait. That's not 15 minutes. Why did it save at a random ass time? Like what? I'm so confused. I'm just gonna make another save since I'm here. So many weird things about this game I don't understand. Why did it do it after 12 minutes? Huh. Well, at least not like I've had that before where the game just kind of hangs up. And like Steam freaks out a little bit when it happens. Like I notice, like when it happens, my like Steam friends list thing disconnects. So the whole thing is very strange. All right, so splitter to the merger. Okay. So that should... Yeah, yep. That's going to get rid of enough for sure. Okay, so then... Let's see. Actually, you know what? We'll just... Let's just place these so I know where to put the splitter. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Just trying to think. Is there... Well, it's either... Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I'm trying... I don't need this. Whoa. I guess I could have actually put this just like right there, and it would have all lined up, but I don't like having just like zero gap in between the splitters and mergers. Like, for one, if you ever need to change what mark the belt is, it's so hard. It's just so not worth it to me. I like giving it space. Okay, so am I missing one? Does this belt have enough? Well, I guess it only needs to add in 200, right? Because I think it already has 50. Wait, am I thinking about this all wrong? I am, aren't I? I was thinking they needed 250. It only needs 150 for each one. Because there's still 50. Okay, so yeah, this has plenty. Alright, I don't know what I was thinking. That math was super backwards. And okay. Okay, so yeah, that's good. Uh-oh. Well, this time I'm not so sure. Are we crashing? I was thinking of ending stream soon anyways, but it'd be nice if I didn't crash on my way out. Come on, Satisfactory. Is this the actual autosave that should be happening? I'm going to look. If it doesn't crash, I'm going to look to see if it just autosaved and it just didn't, like, tell me. But now this is kind of into the territory of, this seems a little bit longer even for an autosave, so I think we might be crashing this time. I mean, thankfully I did just make that save, so wow. Are we just like frozen? Task manager says factory game is not responding. Power usage very high. Yeah, like I didn't know that. Okay, so well, that's not quite how I wanted to end stream, so let's boot it back up. Where'd my OPS go? Oh, there it is. Let's just take a look. Let's see what I mean, I already know I didn't really lose much. Oh, failed to create an online session, please. Well, that doesn't. Let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, I'm not gonna waste more time, and I will just say that is the more awkward way to end stream, is having the game crash and not even be able to open enough. Guess I'm glad it didn't happen in the first hour of stream. That would have sucked. But let's see. How about now? Oh, okay. It is early access. Every once in a while, I gotta remind myself. So it's been a great game. Even for being in early access, it's really not so. It's not so bad at all. Okay. Yeah, just right here. So, no big loss. So let's finish this up, just because I don't want to leave it halfway finished. Alright, so I think we go to there. I guess I did do a few more things. Oh, yeah, it's just this. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna set it up the same way I had before. Yep. Okay. Oh, and then the last. Oh, of course. There's no reason that would line up right. Wait a second. Yeah. Alright, so. Okay, so I think that's everything but the coal, and then figuring out how exactly the outputs are gonna go. But I wanna sort out the coal before I do that, and I want to sort up bringing up those lines, and probably sort out most of the lines, because I think I'll have a good idea now of all the stuff that's going on this floor, and then there's only a couple more lines that need to continue, so they can kind of replace in the same spots. I mean, I think I have tons of space, but I also have
quite a few lines of stuff that need to go places, and fluid and all sorts of stuff. So there's going to be quite a few belts going up and down here, but I think I gave myself plenty of space this time. Finally learning. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to do before. So I think I'm going to do all that cool stuff later. I think 5 hours is... That was a good stream for today. Yeah. I think I'm going to end it there. So, thank you all for watching, chatting, lurking. It's always fun hanging out with everybody. So, I will probably stream hopefully sooner than later. I think I'll try to stream again tomorrow if I've got the time and everything for it. So, and then yeah, I should be able to finish up my video that I've been working on, and then yeah, maybe I can get that done before I stream again. That would be nice. So, anyways, I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their day, and I will